What's up, guys? All right. Eggs, bacon, and hydration to make a hangover better. Wish I had a hangover. And I guess I do, but it's like drug induced. Morning, Baradactyl. Whacking wheel broke and I lost an ox. Nice. This is not bright and early. Yeah, no. I actually woke up for PMIs, and then I was just like, fuck this. And I went back to sleep. Kirk's wearing lipstick. Oh no, it's probably the fucking one of the color correction things. That's fun. All right. That might be better. You were up late pretty well. Pretty late as well. 50 test. Yeah, 50 test. I don't think I was up that late, but was I? I thought I did pickles picks pretty early. My allergist has me on like first gen antibiotics when they're or antihistamines, and they're just the fucking worst. Like I have hydroxyzine, and then Zyrtec makes me drowsy anyway. So it's the combination is fucking me up. Yeah, no, it works. It just makes it really fucking hard to get out of bed in the morning. Hydroxyzine? Yeah. What? They give it to me in years where the pollen counts for trees are really bad. I didn't have to take it last year, but the year before I took it, if you guys remember me fucking showing up late to the stream all the time back then. Is that an allergy medication? Yeah, it's one of the like what is it? AG1 antagonists, like the original like Benadryl. Yeah, they use it as a sleep aid and like an anti-anxiety medication too. Because the side effects of it are better at treating other things than they are at treating allergies. I had to run my wipers to clear the pollen off my windshield after work. Yeah, it's terrible. I cured my allergies by switching to an only raw meat diet. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm taking those too. I take like a 30-day rotating dose of either Allegra, Claritin, Zyrtec, or what's the other one? Zysol. You build up a resistance to them though, so you have to alternate the ones you take. Like a Coke habit. Yeah. Can't have allergies if you're in a coma. Benadryl's actually not as bad for me, but any of the like first gen antihistamines cross the blood brain barrier and they fuck you up. You have 48 hours for Apple to get above 205. I'll take a look at what's going on here. I saw the PMIs coming a little bit better, and I figured we'd just be fucking flat all day. I'm actually surprised we opened below 58.50 though. A little rougher for bulls, but not as bad as it could have been. At least I didn't fucking miss anything. This is like the most boring fucking day I've ever seen. This week's been tricky. No, it hasn't. You just sell options. It's been great. I sold puts in the first half of the week, and then I sold a fuck ton of calls above VN. Oh, and then straddles. This week's been an abomination because we're not at 6,000. Oh Jesus, this looks super boring. Okay, so there's some bot calls at 50 and some sold puts at 50, 45, 40. And then there's some bot puts at 60 and some bot calls at 60, 65, 70. And sold calls above 70. That's depressing. The tails are sold really heavily, like 59.20, 59.30, 50, like 57.70 and down to like 57.40. It doesn't look like demand is really higher on either side of the vol smile. Bid asks are all flat. Resistance at 60 to the upside, and then support at 30 and 40. This should be arguably a little bit better for bulls above 50. It's just 75 and 70 are really big resistances. Oh, whoops. Gherkin, I'm scared that the monsters and tremors are real. Oh, they are. They're just really small. Do you take breaks after big losses? No, I don't care. I'm not kidding. I really don't have like any attachment to making or losing money. Seeing as though the carry trade and bond spreads don't matter anymore, do you think market now runs on Bitcoin arbitrage? Bitcoin's not that valuable. I like that Gamma Strike advertising new features is done like nip slips. There's not very many people here right now, too, so it's perfect. Now the rumors can fly. Now, CoreWeave is not surpassing NVIDIA's market cap. Wait, what new feature? Missed it. I've been trading. What? What do you think of the VEO3 AI videos? Do you think it will make money for Google? I don't really think that AI makes a lot of money for anybody. It's mostly just a lot of capex. Not sure it'll open up advertising opportunities, but I haven't really seen much of it. Wait, what new feature? What nip slip? I don't know what you're talking about. Our PR department has told me to be quiet. We have a roundtable tonight. You missed my question. What was it? No, I think your question just didn't print a chat. Thoughts on NVTS? Which one's that? It's one of the NVIDIA leverage funds, or is it like a semi company? Oh, it's up 122%. You want to chase it? Is PR also borrow? Yes. Thanks to the shout out in Discord. We're more likely to see 5,900 before 5,800. Hmm. No. Yeah, I would say they're about split. If we get over 58.70 or under 58.20, then that changes. But could we see either today? Unless something changes demand a lot. Oh man, I have like way too many of these windows open. Oof. It's hard for me to see, but GME is looking aggro, smexy. Yeah. Ooh, tapped Gamma Max. That's exciting. Three times. Oh, support at 50 is pretty decent. Um, I don't know. Maybe we test the delta flip. Seems like there's still a lot of call buying at 60. A little bit at 65. Volumes are really low today. Probably bulls aren't super excited about yesterday, which is pretty reasonable. But tech's still overperforming, so maybe that could give us a bit of a tailwind. I read something where the guy said we should just take the next few days off because nobody is thinking, what I need is more equity in this market before a holiday weekend. Usually, yeah, but I would say that there's a bit too much of a structural shift in gamma into the end of this week for it to be completely nothing. But price action will probably continue to be at least a little bit range bound. What's up, Potato Tom? Yo. Is the annoying orange talking today? I don't know, but we have a 10-year tips auction. Looks like Trump talked a little this morning. Said the one big beautiful bill is the most significant legislation. It's time for friends in the Senate to get to work. They said Johnson's doing a great job with House leadership. US S&P PMI report average prices charged for goods and services jumped higher in May, rising at a rate not witnessed since August 2022. The latest rise in output prices was overwhelmingly linked to tariffs, and US existing home sales fell pretty sharply, actually. But the median existing home sales price rose 1.8% to an all-time high. This goes back to what I said that a lot of the houses listed are at prices significantly higher than they're being bought at right now, which is driven by real estate agents because they're idiots. What I've noticed lately is a lot of people who bought houses for like 200,000, 300,000, and like 2022, 23, trying to sell them for 500,000 now. So delusional people. It does seem there's more demand for Bitcoin than bonds. There's more demand for leverage. That split correlation with the dollar won't last. That divergence should be like, I feel like it should be a big red flag for people who are long Bitcoin. But who knows how far it'll push. That's succeeded in selling that high though, so I wouldn't call it delusional. I mean, it's just because there's a greater fool doesn't make it not delusional. So you think you could sell it for that easily, but that dynamic is changing. Right now, you have a lot of people that own homes at like 3%. And their average home price was around 300,000. You have a lot of people that want to buy homes at 6.75%, but the average home price is like 415,000. So these people are incentivized to sell to these people because the returns over 2 years are huge. But not everyone's going to want to sell, especially secondary or investment properties. And so they'll go up for rent. And if rents that these people can sustain at like 2,200 to, let's say, 2,700 a month are significantly lower than what these people would pay to finance at like 3,200 to 3,500 a month, these buyers will choose to rent from these people, which will bring these home prices down. It's not that simple, but once all those vacation homes start hitting the market, it will be. And when those people start renting, the people who aren't getting as much for their houses as they want, who need to sell, will have to drop prices. And if people who need to sell start dropping prices, people who want to sell have to start dropping prices. I saw that 35% of homes listed on the MLS are vacation or short-term rentals. Yep. I need to sell, but I don't want a price drop. What do? House puts? Reverse mortgage? That number was 7% a year ago. Yep. Yeah, tighter financial conditions mean that people have to start shedding excess assets, especially if they're not making. And then, also tighter conditions mean that fewer people are going to vacation or, rent your fucking Airbnb in Western Massachusetts for $500 a night. It's just not realistic. Like I was looking at hotels for Memorial Day weekend, and there's people who have their like shitty like one bedroom apartments up for rent for one night for like fucking $700-800. Or you just stay at a hotel for 200. Like a poor. I would argue that it's far worse to stay in someone's shitty Airbnb than it is to stay in a hotel that gets cleaned and has services and amenities. Bartender tried to give me a free beer for hanging around too much. I politely declined and went and bought a juice box instead. So yeah, hotels are sick. They've got juice boxes. I stayed in an Airbnb one time, and it was like a guest house on this guy's like property in San Francisco. And he knocked on my door at 2 in the morning. I was like, I noticed your light's still on and it's keeping me up. I'm gonna need you to turn that off. That was it. I've never stayed in an Airbnb since. Thanks, Nick. Was he on the top bunk? It was an entire house. It was like a 2-bedroom guest house. Me and my coworker were staying in it for like the whole weekend. I had a coworker take me to a German sauna. Fun fact, opposite behavior of the States. So you guys saw each other's dicks? That's the ultimate bonding moment. Fun fact number one, if you wear pants, you get kicked out. Is there any significance between of us being is there any significance between of us being between delta and gamma flip right now? Sure. The effect of the market makers hedge here is extraordinarily muted. Nothing wrong with seeing your bros hummus cannon. That's why they make you shower after football practice. It's not because the football coach is a pedophile. It's because the only way for real teamwork to exist is for you and all your bros to see each other's dicks. I'm saying that now, Duke, just so you know what we have planned for our Gamma Strike corporate retreat. How am I still learning so much from this stream? I bailed on the AI dinner tonight so I could come hang out here for team dick building. Nice. I just thought it was odd they asked us to crank the hog in the locker room showers, though. Better than doing it on the field, right? Oh, thank God. US's OBM director Vought said Trump's tax cut bill won't hurt the deficit. They found a way to cut enough essential services that we can give rich people a bigger tax break and not need more money. I know, I was worried. The tax bill did pass the House, so it's going on to the Senate. The greatest fiscal architects of our generation, you mean? My state just passed the largest tax increase in history, so that's pretty fucking lame. Well, no, because now you can write your state taxes off on your federal taxes. Nah, I'm leaving. Nice. I'm gonna live with J Fresh in Texas. Ew. You could do better than that. Or Greenland, or wherever he is. It's okay. He's told everybody in the world that he lives in Texas his full name, and one or two times he's given everyone his address. I still don't know what to do with this social security number. Hmm. There's the breakout to 70. Mm, 70's resistance. A little bit of call buying at 80. CNN notes that Trump and Xi have not spoken since the Geneva Agreement. I'm not sure they spoke at the Geneva Agreement. Hmm. Can GME go to 40? Seems to be stuck at gamma neutral. Mm. That was a fun rejection. It provided a little resistance. So did Gamma Flip. Rejected on the first test of it, and then started to climb through as positioning built up. See if it acts as support here. F5876 marked on my ES chart. Uh, we have a little question in DMs. No. GME just running because XRT is? Probably. I'm in TN now trading. Are you just gonna try to scalp IPOs? But did Nordstrom's get delisted? Oh shit. Yeah, it did. Get fucked, Cohen. We get a private? Yeah, I think so. Did RC touch it? Then yes, delisted. Yeah, he owned like a bunch of it. Yeah, shareholders got a 24.25 a share, and then they got a like a dividend. Mint Mobile is legit, is it? I know it's Ryan Reynolds like sold out though. Yeah, pulling back to retest 50. Support here would be important if we get any. Although this doesn't look super supportive. Maybe down at like 45. Mm, Why the fuck would I do prop trading? NVTS, is this a fake rocket? I mean, it's up 100%. I mean, if you're gonna buy it, you're just chasing. Didn't you ask you asked me about that earlier? Sup, Gherk? I changed my display name. Sahib, I know who you are, because your display name is always the same. Chasing is my worst strat, and most frequent. Yeah, I still think support here is pretty shit. Gurr. 900 weekly calls are looking a little... I don't have any of those. I've never had them. I just got 50 new subs. At least now you can finally show that FedEx tracking in Excel video. Could the tip section open range up some? Yeah, I bet. First, Janois. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Appreciate it. No, Jesus. Not even 100 likes for this charitable man. Yeah, I know. Oh, wait, now they're at 100. So one fucking third of you hit the like. Just hit the fucking like button. What is wrong with you people? Smash it. Do the thing. Unbelievable. And yeah, if you already hit it, I know. You're super cool. Alright, I'm gonna ban you, Bob. Tired of your shit. Could banning Bob open up price action a bit? Maybe. See you in El Salvador. I already looked at your DM. Oh wait, you sent another one? What's so bad about yesterday's auction? Oh, there wasn't enough demand for the bonds, and so they had to raise the yield at auction. And even with raising the yield, prime dealers still had to take like 17%, which is significantly above the mean. And so extremely illiquid and low demand, despite it being an auction over 5%, which is kind of insane. You'd think that everybody would want the 20-year at 5%, which means that the bond market over time sees those prices moving higher, or those yields moving higher. Means that the Fed's not buying any of the 10-year tip action. Does that devalue previous bonds? Yes. The tips isn't as impactful on, like, the bot as it's not as impactful for forward pricing of UST yields. The tips auction is going to be more directly focused on how do I put this? It's going to be more focused on forward inflation expectations. What's specifically about bond rates going up that makes mortgage rates go up? Just because mortgage loans are more riskier and need higher than no risk? No. No, mortgage rates track the MBS market, which is like the secondary derivative instruments that track bundled home loans. Hmm. I guess more to the point for that is that like the 10-year treasury is the benchmark for MBS yields. And so when US treasuries rise, so do the yields on MBS. So if MBS start getting priced at a discount, yields on MBS will rise, which translates to higher mortgage rates. So that the underlying component of the MBS is priced higher. And so you'll see, like, if we do get a lot more economic uncertainty, you'll generally see, like, spreads on MBS will widen even more than treasuries because they represent additional risk. They're not as attractive of a fixed income instrument as US treasuries are. So it's more derivative. Um and it's like the pricing mechanics relative to the yields. Why do high yields cause a market sell-off? Hmm. Um, What's the easiest way to put this? So higher yields mean that discount rates move higher, which lowers the value of future cash flows, reduces liquidity, and pushes portfolio allocations away from risk assets. So the risk-free rate, which is also linked to the 10-year treasury, means basically if the R value or the yields rise, then growth stocks are hit the hardest because of their future potential earnings. Their future potential earnings are way, way, way out in the future, and treasuries become more attractive. So bigger funds like pensions and endowments and investment banks rotate automatically parts of their portfolio out of equities and into fixed income. Cost of capital is higher. Yeah, the cost of capital goes up, which leads to tighter margins, slower growth. And then there's other little things that go on after the process of readjustment in larger portfolios. You have like, CTAs will sell and vol control funds will close puts, which drives volatility up, and that like accelerates downside realization. There have been a few times where yield spikes have tanked the market. I'm not actually sure, Baradactyl. I think he just really wants to work for a nonprofit. New sound unlocked. No problem, Tuttle. Possible for a quick positioning update before I hop on this conference call, kind sir. Well, we finally fell back to support. There should be support here, at least a little. The bump in volatility doesn't seem all that significant, so I would say that it's very likely we could get a little bit of vol selling down here. This is where puts were primarily sold earlier. If volatility continues to rise from this point, then the next support is 30. Pickles picks a spot on today with this price action. Thanks, man. Wrapping your hands, getting ready to throw down. No, my wrist is fucked up. Not throw down, just not hurt anymore. And I probably wrapped it too tight, but feels good for now. All I have is, like, I don't have any ace bandages. Maybe you should have gooned for 13 hours a day. You're not my fucking mom, dork. No, no tennis elbow. Thanks, HA. No, I got a new. You know what actually happened? I got a new fucking drawing tablet for my for stream, and it's like twice the length of my old one. So it pushed my keyboard over to the left, like that, on my desk, because it took up just like double the space. And then I've been typing with my left arm, like at this angle, like my left wrist angled like that to my arm, and this arm's still straight. And I did that for like 2 weeks without really thinking about it, and now my wrist is fucked. We all know that tablet is for your furry art side gig. No one makes that kind of money day trading. A lot of RTS players reduce their DPI significantly, both for higher precision and less likelihood of wrist injury. Yeah. It's not my right wrist, though. It's my left one. Mouse is on the right side. You have an RSI, repetitive streaming injury? Yeah. Well, no, it's just from fucking spending so much time typing. Today I'm trying trading on mobile, but just using GS or watching the live market data. Seems a lot less noisy than switching between GS and desktop brokerage apps with charts. Get a second monitor, you goddamn savage. Right wrist has been getting trained for years. It would take more than that to injure it. True. AI dictation has gotten quite good. Take some work off your wrists. Huh. Gert gets a girlfriend, and then these injuries pop up out of nowhere. I think I really know what's going on here. Tell your mom I said hi. This place is rough. Yeah. Can we break this trend line we're currently tapping? I'm just under my take profit on my poor line. What trend line are we tapping? The one from the start of the day? Like here? Is that the one you're following? Got a bit of a ways to go before we test that. That's like the 30 test. Hey, stepdad. Mom said I need to ask you for lunch money. Darth Jan is not his girlfriend. They've been married for years. I get that kind of injury frequently from my daily jelking exercises. Oh god. GME chat leaking again. Hmm. Start of the day. Oh. Spy, 5 minute drawing out to the end of the wicks. There's a gap down at 36 still. So maybe we fill that and see what happens. I think it's like right here. What's up? Why are you sad, Nick? Greg has a better track record than us other guys since he's only ever been accused of micro cheating. Such an honorable gentleman. Macro integrity. It's 7 p.m. I just housed some veal and now I need a mega nap. And you killed my call while I was gone. I set a stop It was just to the upside. That's called a take profit, Nick. No, it's a stop. Trust me. You told me no positions without stops. Uh, Besides the auction, Levitt has a presser as well. Are they discussing anything important? Okay, I gotta loosen this up. This is way too tight. No, it's not a girdle. It's a wrist wrap. It's cutting off the circulation though. Yeah, it's a sex thing. Did you join Fight Club? I don't have any ace bandages. I wish they were fingerless gloves. First rule of the pickle jar. That red'll look nice with your calfless slacks. I know. Speaking of which, why has that never been a thing? Like, what if someone has ugly shins? AKA Bermuda shorts. But that's shin and calf exposed. No. Oh, you could do like a capri with like a slanted cut. So more like greater calf exposure relative to shin. I don't know what people have against capris. They're just one step up from joggers. You guys ever wear sweatpants and then like pull the legs up over your calves so that your calves can breathe? Capris. Capris just do that for you. Uh, hey, look, we bounced on the gap fill. Oh, we didn't even get to the gap fill. Gross. Now we have three gaps to the downside: 49, 41, 36. Trump headed to G7 in Canada. If the market moved on this, I swear to God. I wouldn't be surprised. Looks like a fat head and shoulders. Yeah, kind of. A little sloppy, but. Ow. No chance we get a 70 retest. That'd be weird. I guess we could. Not like too far off. See, that was actually a head and shoulders. So this looks like a reversal off the back of one. Ow. Oh shit. 1 second. I actually have to take this. Alrighty. Would it be a little nice one now? Still left gaps on it. I'm kind of running out of upside call interest here around 55. There's a little bit at 60, but not much. Could get rejected off of the delta flip. I need to see more, but still a lot of sold puts at 50, which I keep snapping back to. Press secretary speaking? Oh, is that what's driving all this? About what? When did we get these emails? They've always been there. There's a bunch of them.
Are facts. White House, the president signs any document that has legal implications. The president signs every executive order. He signs every proclamation. He signs pretty much every document that is needed for the president's signature, with the exception of maybe some letters to children. From what we have heard and seen, that was not the case in the previous administration, and the president is raising good questions that are worth looking into. As for Maha, I'm going to take a sip of water.
Yeah, we had the
If that's
auction
okay
already.
with you guys. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Back to the presidential gala tonight. Did anyone in the White House or in the White House counsel's office advise the president against holding this sweepstakes, whereby people who spent the most money on his Trump coin would then have access to the president at this dinner?
Again, the president has been asked about this. He has addressed this. I have also stated previously from this podium that the president is abiding by all conflict of interest laws that are applicable to the president. And I think everybody, the American public, believe it's absurd for anyone to insinuate that this president is profiting off of the presidency. This president was incredibly successful before giving it all up to serve our country publicly. And not only has he lost wealth, but he also almost lost his life. He has sacrificed a lot to be here, and to suggest otherwise is frankly completely absurd.
Does the White House
Libby,
have
go
any
ahead.
concerns?
Nuclear talks between Iran and the U.S. is going to take place on Friday in Rome. What is the president anticipating ahead of that? And if a deal doesn't come from that meeting, is he going to walk away?
Well, I'm glad you brought up Iran, because I do have an update The president spoke to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. They had a productive discussion. They discussed many things, including, of course, the tragic shooting that took place here in Washington, D.C. last night. But they also did talk about a potential deal with Iran,
Powell's
which the president
testifying
believes is
before the
moving
House
along
on June
in the right
24th.
direction. And as the president told me, and he's told all of you, this deal with Iran could end in two ways. It could end in a very positive diplomatic solution, or it could end in a very negative situation for Iran. So that's why these talks are taking place later this week. Yamish, good to see you.
Hi, good. Thanks for taking my question.
Sure.
The president showed a video that he said showed more than 1,000 burial sites of white South Africans that he said were murdered. We know that that was not true and that the video wasn't showing that. So I wonder, why did the president choose
What's
to show
not
that?
true, Yamish?
It's not true that the video was showing a burial site. It is unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that that video showed the crosses that represent.
Which is what the president claimed.
The video showed images of crosses in South Africa about white farmers who have been killed and politically persecuted because of the color of their skin.
The president
And those
claimed
crosses
that it
are
was showing
representing their
burial
lives. Those crosses are representing their lives in the fact that they are now dead and their government did nothing about it. Are you disputing that there's no...
Disputing the fact that the video showed what the president claimed it showed, because it did not show that. But even more, what I'm asking you is who at the
No,
White
it
House...
did show that. It
who
showed
at the
white crosses representing people who have perished because of racial
House
persecution.
verifies the videos that the president shows? And what protocols are in place when there's unsubstantiated information being put out for the world and world leaders to
Yamish,
show?
what's unsubstantiated about the video? The video shows crosses that represent the dead bodies of people who were racially persecuted by their government. In fact, the Associated Press, of all places, has a picture of that very monument, and the caption from the Associated Press is, "Each cross marks a white farmer who has been killed in a farm murder." So it is substantiated, not just by that video and the physical evidence that everybody saw on display in the Oval Office, but also by another outlet in this room, the Associated Press. So you should take it up with them if you believe the claim is unsubstantiated, and that's a ridiculous line of questioning. John, go ahead. Go ahead,
Thank
John.
you, Carolyn. The big, beautiful bill now goes to the Senate.
Does, yes.
A lot of the Republican senators have promised
Jerry Springer still on air?
that will water this thing down dramatically. What is the president's level of tolerance for their amendments to water it down, and what will be the action taken for some of the amendments
Probably
that
not.
the president does not want?
Sure. Well, the One Big Beautiful Bill is named the One Big Beautiful Bill for a reason, because it is a one big beautiful bill that encompasses just about everything this president could want for the American public. It delivers on so many of his core campaign promises. So surely we want to see those campaign promises signed into law. And as the president put in his Truth Social post this morning, and as he said to me, we can celebrate this past the House for a couple of hours, but now it's time for the Senate to get to work. The president has a great relationship with Senate Majority Leader Thune, and of course so many friends on the Senate side of the Hill, and he's expecting them to get busy on this bill and send it to his desk as soon as possible. Phil.
Thank you. Given that the president said the other day the SALT cap, we don't want to benefit Democratic governors. If the Senate was to reduce that SALT cap or make any type of changes, would he support that, or is this a situation where done is beautiful and he just wants to pass it?
Well, look, it's a hypothetical question, obviously. Negotiations. Well, correct. And the bill passed, didn't it? So now it's off to the Senate where additional negotiations will take place, and we'll see how it goes. Michael.
Caroline, two questions on the beautiful bill. One of the campaign promises from President Trump was no tax on Social Security. Now, due to congressional rules, that wasn't able to be included in this bill. How does the president plan to follow through on that campaign promise?
Well, this bill did address taxes for our seniors. It actually allows them to take off significant money from their Social Security payments, get more money back, I should say, put more money in their pockets for various reasons. So this bill delivers on that promise. That's the view of the White House.
Secondly, you had two Republicans last night that voted against this bill, Congressman Massey and Davidson. Does the president think that they should be primaried?
I believe he does, and I don't think he likes to see grandstanders in Congress. What's the alternative? I would ask those members of Congress. Did they want to see a tax hike? Did they want to see our country go bankrupt? That's the alternative by them trying to vote no. And the president believes the Republican Party needs to be unified, and the vast majority of Republicans clearly are, and are listening to the president. They are trusting in President Trump, as they should, because there's a reason he's sitting in this Oval Office. It's because he's the unequivocal leader of the Republican Party. Not just a president for Republicans, but all Americans. The president's approval rating is at an all-time high right now, and it's because he knows how to deliver. And Republicans like Thomas Massey and others should take note. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. Building on the question about Social Security, the bill includes the president's promises to address taxes on tips and overtime. Could you say his feelings about the income cap? Is he satisfied where that landed? And also on a different matter, could you comment on the investigation that the Justice Department has into Andrew Cuomo?
As for the first question, the president is clearly satisfied where the bill landed because it passed. Again, now it has to go to the Senate, so changes could certainly be made. As for your second question, I would defer you to the Department of Justice. Christian.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Can you explain the decision to totally shake up FEMA leadership just a week before hurricane season?
You'd have to ask the Department of Homeland Security in terms of leadership, but certainly the administration, and I know the National Security Council here at the White House is monitoring storms and natural disasters that are happening across the country at all times. We're briefed on those. The administration is briefed on those, and Secretary Noem is leading that effort for sure.
Switching gears, Caroline.
Yeah, just following up on Warren Davidson, I wanted to read you his quote that he posted online. While I love many things in the bill, promising someone else will cut spending in the future does not cut spending. Deficits do matter.
Why
This
are we
bill
up
grows
so
them.
hard?
Why should that get a Republican primary?
Trading in the
This
same
bill
range we've traded
saves
all day.
$1.6 trillion for the American taxpayer. It saves more than any bill that has ever passed Capitol Hill has. In fact, by double. The next bill saved $800 billion. This bill saves $1.6 trillion. So this is a very good bill for the American people, the American taxpayer. And I believe, as an outlet put it with a headline this morning, it might have been Politico actually, they wrote that the American people are going to be flush with cash when this thing is signed into law. And that's a good thing for American taxpayers. Sure, go ahead.
Caroline, what is the president doing to win Senate passage by July 4th? And does that include work to eliminate carried interest and make business tax cuts permanent? Where is he on those issues?
Well, look, this bill literally just passed the House of Representatives, so now our team is suiting up for discussions with the Senate side of Capitol Hill. The president, again, said this morning he hopes to see this bill at his desk as soon as possible, and he'll be engaged in the process to get it through the Senate, just like he was to get it through the House of Representatives.
What kind of assurances did he give the Freedom Caucus members to kind of ensure that this would get through last night? Was changes to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac part of that equation, changes administratively to Medicaid as well?
I was in that meeting yesterday with the president and House Freedom Caucus, and he told them how he wants to be a cheerleader for them, a cheerleader for the Republican Party, and for the country. And Republicans faced a pivotal moment yesterday. They could have voted to bankrupt the country and increase taxes by $4 trillion, or they could vote for this one big, beautiful bill, which cuts taxes and saves American taxpayers money. And he put that proposition before them, and clearly they heeded the call because the bill passed last night. Sure. Or this morning, rather. Every day is going into the next. Go ahead.
The Netanyahu call. Just curious, did the president raise the flow of aid into Gaza? Is he happy with where that situation is right now?
Yeah,
Not to my knowledge, but I can certainly go back and check.
Did you have any reaction to the Supreme Court's ruling about the religious charter school today, as well as Justice Coney Barrett's decision to recuse herself?
We'll get you an answer on that specifically. Sure.
You mentioned the president has a good relationship with Leader Thune. Has he talked to him specifically about the plan to get this through the Senate? Does he plan, or is he going to reach out to Republicans who have voiced concerns?
Not to my knowledge. Has he spoken to Leader Thune this morning? He very well could have. I just wasn't briefed on that call. We can go back and check for you. The president did speak to Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning. He also had a call with President Sheinbaum this morning. He was receiving his intelligence briefing. He's been very busy all morning. But again, he certainly intends to remain active and engaged in these negotiations with the United States Senate to get this bill done.
And just following up on the dinner tonight, you mentioned this is not a White House dinner, but the president is always the president, and the Trump family is making money off of this. So can you just explain, how is this not the president using the office to enrich himself?
All of the president's assets are in a blind trust, which is managed by his children, and I would argue one of the many reasons that the American people reelected this president back to this office is because he was a very successful businessman before giving it up to publicly serve our country. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Last week, the president told Brett Baer that he trusts his people, but thinks that the official narrative on his assassination attempts are, quote, a little bit odd. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino said days later that there's no conspiracy to find, and as he put it, quote, the there that you're looking for is not there. My question is the president personally satisfied with the investigations into the attempts on his life? And does he agree with Deputy FBI Director, or does he think there's more to it?
Well, in the lead up to your question, you answered your own question with the president's own words, and I'll leave it at that. Sure, go ahead, Haley.
Thank you, Caroline.
Haley, go ahead.
Thanks. I wanted to follow up
criteria.
on Prime Minister Netanyahu in his effort to reach a
I've seen your potatoes.
Does he feel like he has the Prime Minister's support in this effort at this point, or did the Prime Minister raise concerns to him in this conversation?
I won't get further into the private discussion between the president and the prime minister, but surely they have a good relationship, one that's built on transparency and trust. And the president has made it very clear to not just Prime Minister Netanyahu, but also the world, that he wants to see a deal with Iran struck if one can be struck. He does not want to have to take the latter option.
So did
the more
everyone else at
severe
the
and
sauna.
negative option. He wants to see a deal. The president is a deal maker, and he believes strongly in diplomacy, and he's made that clear to the prime minister, but also to all of you and, frankly, the rest of the world. Mary.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions, one on the terror attack last night and then another on the big, beautiful bill. Do you or President Trump have a message to politicians like Ilhan Omar, who only this morning explicitly avoided condemning this act of terror?
It's despicable. And frankly, we have seen a rise in anti-Semitic protests of
55,
pro-Hamas protests of terrorist sympathizers. We saw them on our college campuses, and we've seen the Democrat Party turn a blind eye and in some cases actually embrace such anti-Semitic illegal behavior. And that's why this administration has done more than any administration in history to crack down on anti-Semitism. As you know, in January, when the president took office, he signed a new executive order to combat anti-Semitism. He created a commission focused on doing just that. The Justice Department announced their task force as well. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has revoked thousands of student visas from campuses where these pro-Hamas terrorists, campus agitators, and violent protests took place. And we've also withheld funding from those very campuses as well in an effort to combat anti-Semitism. So the president's made it very clear that such hatred will have no place in our country.
Big Beautiful Bill, I know there's a provision that the House included that defunds Planned Parenthood, not only because of the fact that it's the nation's largest abortion provider, but also because it's, I think, the biggest distributor of transgender hormones right now, even to minors, according to Live Action. So is the president committed to making sure that provision stays in the Senate?
The president has maintained a very clear commitment to ensuring that this administration and the American people's tax dollars are not funding any institution. That includes hospital systems that are funding the chemical castration and mutilation of children. We're not going to tolerate taxpayer dollars going to such efforts. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. You mentioned at the top of the briefing that the migrants were to be sent to a third country. I was just wondering, could you share any more on, which countries the administration has struck these agreements with, and what that agreement with South Sudan specifically looks like?
Well, first of all, I won't litigate foreign policy from the podium, but what I will reiterate is the absurdity of this ruling from a district court judge in Boston who is just creating new immigration laws out of thin air. This administration, let me be very clear, because there have been a lot of fake headlines about this deportation flight over the last 2 days. This administration has complied with all court orders. And the individuals whose names I just revealed and whose criminal histories I just spoke of that are on this flight, every single one of them had a final order of removal from our country. In fact, one of these violent illegal criminals had a final order of removal given to him in 1999. It's 2 years after I was born. This individual, this criminal, has been living in our country for an entire generation. And now we have a district court judge who is trying to tell the president and the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Homeland Security that an illegal criminal murderer who's been hiding in the shadows in our country for nearly 30 years cannot be deported from United States soil. That not only is undermining our entire immigration system, but it is also undermining our diplomatic negotiations with countries around the world. How are countries on this earth supposed to trust the United States government in these good faith diplomatic negotiations when these countries accept these repatriation flights? How are they supposed to trust us if we have radical district court judges who are going to say, no, you can't do that? And now these illegal criminal murderers and rapists have to sit in Djibouti with our ICE agents who now have to sit there for more than 2 weeks without the proper resources. This judge is not only undermining our immigration system, undermining our foreign policy and our national security, but this judge is undermining the safety of the ICE agents who are putting their lives on the line to remove this list of illegal criminal terrorists. It's truly despicable what's happening in our court system, and the president and this administration hope that the Supreme Court will do what it needs to do to rein in these liberal activist judges. And the Supreme Court has already said it is well within the president's purview to dictate foreign policy, and a radical district court judge should not be getting in the way of that. We'll see you all later at the Maha event. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. She did mention Djibouti. She's like 20 something, yeah. What am I doing with my life? Should just get better at propaganda. Have you tried that? There's still bot calls at 70 and 80 to the upside. We're pushing up a little on some sold puts that are coming in just under spot at 55 and 60. But now that the press conference is over, there's not much to pump on. That's not how that works, Gray Pubes. This isn't the top of the MM's expected move for the day. That's up at like gamma neutral. Which I exactly gamma neutral. We are in negative gamma on the full chain. Positive on the 0 DT. Well, we pull a classic bull card and pump on no news. Yields came down a little bit with the passing of the bill. Dollar's back up above 100. Up to 70, down to 30, close at 50. This is a slightly higher high here. Getting a bit of a supportive reversal. If we break through 75, are we headed back to 5,900? I think 70. I think 70 opens that up. What's going on with Amazon? Peen? Hmm. Did they do something? That's good for them. Williams is speaking at 2 p.m. Yeah, supposedly. What was the news? I don't think there was any. The auction came in flat, so worries about that for the day are at least going to be somewhat muted. And then, I don't think there was much else. Bot calls at 70 are increasing. Just bot calls 70, 80, then resistance at 85 and 95 to the upside. It's a little bit in the money profit taking, but the 50 and 55 calls are staying mostly in place. I heard they're now selling GS subs on their marketplace. That makes sense. I don't trade ETH or any crypto. But yeah, usually if Bitcoin's topped out, then other shit will run. I wouldn't say it looks like a bull flag. It looks like it's just short of a reversal. Test it like, what is it? 2864 is pretty important. Financial literacy is a real problem. I don't think people would be so bullish after yesterday if they had it. Fair. What happened yesterday? The 20-year auction came in above the bid entering the auction, and there was very low demand for it, which was a big shocker. We don't have literal literacy in the U.S., let alone financial. It's true. Bouncing off 70 twice, bearish, I mean, rejecting. A little. Lower high, but I mean it's not very bearish. We're still well supported at 50 and 55 here. If we lose 50, sure, but otherwise no. Yeah, a lack of interest. Primary dealers had to pick up a lot of slack. It wasn't a failed auction, but it was a pretty bad one. Yeah, allergies are still kind of killing me. I don't think it's the cat. Mm. Second options markets will follow the regular schedule. Oh god. I guess you're just gonna have to move to the Midwest. Why? People have been saying that, like, I know I've been there before. I'm well aware. Put entry at 5870. No. Yeah, someone was saying that, like, the tree pollens are so bad that it's actually just, like, lowering air quality. I wish positioning would change a bit. There's some more bot calls at 80, but not many. Hmm. Brock Sampson, welcome to Zillionaire, dude. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream. Let it drop for a month. Do you still have to add me? Not if your Discord's already linked. Should be good. Did you see Trades lost over 2 million? No, I didn't. Was it from the drugs? Dad, I think you could learn a thing or two from fake Garrick. Like what? How did Trades have $2 million? Probably from YouTube. He used to have like thousands and thousands of people on his stream. He literally took all his YouTube money, put it on black, and owes the IRS over $1 million. Fuck. What a dumb bitch. I was talking to my buddy who works at a hedge fund, and he said they know about Gamma Strike. Really? What hedge fund? Yours, obviously. BlackRock. Because I told them. It's like if we gave Denied a YouTube channel and $2 million. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Kind of the same thing. They've both lost the same amount of money, right? Was a hilarious realization. That's kind of funny, yeah. Kenny found a new source of bull mayo. Missed my exit on next week's straddle puts. Now I'm waiting for the bleeding to stop. Well, we're edging over 70 here. The next upside resistance is at 80. I'd have to wait a while for the bleeding to stop. Downside pressure on Apple is unreal. Yeah. Failed to break 70 again. Holy fuck, this level's boring. Trey drives a Honda Civic now, works at Buffalo Wild Wings as a server, and all his wages go to the IRS. That can't be true. I don't want to give him any money. He's clearly making videos just to pay the IRS. Why does his life sound better than mine? Probably doesn't own any GME. Actually, the correlation between GME and BTC is negative, although it is turning more positive. I want to buy the 60p. Dude, this looks so fucking boring. Are you sure? I don't know how, but it seems like they're clawing it back. It would kind of make sense for them to do that. Combo looks good. Bottom of the gamma curve, but I can't tell about the positioning. I have no idea. Options on it are pretty cheap. Not a lot of upside positioning. No, not particularly. Hmm. I don't know. Maybe there's like better support at 80 or 75, but that doesn't look particularly good. Still almost no change in positioning. Federal judge blocks authorities from revoking international. Oh, interesting. This loses 60, it can slide back to 40. Yeah. Yeah. 60 and, well, actually, 55's a bit more important. 55. If it loses 55, it can slide back to 40. There's a lot of support at 55 and 50 though. Judges thinking they have the power over the fur. Harvard must have had the paperwork filled out and ready to go. Probably. If it's on streaming services, what, like Plex? Shockingly, most people aren't okay with pirating movies and TV shows. I mean, Tiana's never had a red day. Douche. Hmm. Their CDOs are priced the same as Greece. Eek. Oh man, I wish the positioning would shift a little. Some of the bot puts at 60 closed on the drop, but not many. Hmm. We go back under 50. And some bot puts coming in. 60, 55. Some in the money at 70. And 45. They're still selling the 65 put a little bit. And there's still bot calls at 60. The 50, 45, and 40 bot calls have closed though. Shot bearish, up we go. Ooh, big bot calls 85.90 to the upside. Hmm. 75 is still the high target for end of day. We could get out to 80 or 85, technically. Mm. Hmm. Convince me this isn't a bear flag from yesterday's drop. Yeah, it kind of is. That doesn't mean it can't turn into a reversal, though. And it's definitely flirting with that here. He tested 70, 75, 80. Oh, neat. I don't really know if those are actionable, but touch the tenant rate at 12.17, close at 13.57, just twice after 14.20, and now again at 14.57. Yeah, I see it. Oh, this is terrible. Hmm. What will coin be worth after Bitcoin is at 10 million? And the USD is hyperinflated. Neither of those things would happen. 0? Because the government will fucking ban the usage of Bitcoin and it'll become worthless. So bounce starts to rally to all-time highs into the end of the month. Can we just worry about getting over 80? Doesn't matter if the government supports the usage of crypto. They support the usage of crypto as long as they can use them and their cronies can convert it to dollars. If they couldn't convert it to dollars anymore, they wouldn't want it. Bitcoin is not a viable currency. I don't know where you get the idea that supply has run dry. There's infinite supply. There is no scarcity in Bitcoin. They literally made ETFs to provide liquidity for leverage products. Is that supposed to be like a sarcastic statement? Converting your dollars into crypto is not the same as it being a viable currency. Definitely sarcastic. Oh, okay. Thank God. I can't figure out why they exist. No one's ever used them. Someone thought it'd be a great idea. Like a prayer pod. Just because there's no spot liquidity doesn't mean that the coin isn't in hot wallets. It can increase volatility too, which means just as fast as it rises, it can drops. It can drop. Price discovery is still going to be controlled by whatever's at the margin. Say more about hot wallets. I just don't care about crypto at all. No one buys and sells in gold, yet we still buy it. Gold is not the same as crypto. They're closer, I'll say that much, but they're not the same. Gold has fucking centuries of monetary anchoring. And it has a non-zero baseline for industrial demand and utility. So it is still a physical commodity. It's just a false equivalence. Why is this struggling so much? Is GME MOASS? No? It's at $30. It's like quantum gold. Got time for an offering on GME? And there's a lot of put buyers at 58.70. It's just like 58.70 is just all bot calls and bot puts. It's so weird. You almost never see that. There's no explanation why BTC continues to rise. Just says there's no valid argument for why it can't rise. There's a perfectly good explanation for why it continues to rise. You have low liquid supply and persistent ETF demand with no major sellers, which is it's just asset math. Yields aren't where people want them to be, and people want asymmetric upside on something. Yeah, it's a Ponzi. Till the greater fools run out. Short dated options, usually pretty comfortable with anything above like 15 to 20%. It's generally when I'll place a stop. How do you know that Pokemon cards are not a Ponzi scheme? Are you sure? The masses won't hold BTC if it starts to tank. And the majority of it is still in wallets. The majority of BTC is still in a very small number of wallets. It'd be really cool if we lost 70 here. Will GS have an option strat like tool? It won't? Why would I build option strat if it already exists? Oh, yeah, there you go. Some bot puts coming in at 75 and 80. Sold calls at 80. Still a shitload of bot puts at 70. Interesting that there's some bears pushing back on this, I think. Reject off 80? It's sold calls. Maybe. Still no profit taking on the bull side. Bulls need to give up here. Is there anything coming up? Trump speaking at 3:45. Fuck me. God, that hurts. Maybe some tax bill talk. New York Feds. Pearlie said we're seeing some early signs of pressure in the repo markets. The rise of repo market pressure is not yet a source of concern. Pearlie, not haha. Losing 70 a little. Hmm. Bull's giving up some ground on their positioning here. Some of the 70 calls closed. There's still bot calls at 70 and 65 though, which I don't like. The out of the money bot calls are gone. The 80, 85s. Those sold off. Pretty heavily too. '70's still very contested. Trump will be on time to start talking until the market closes. Probably not. It's not retail, it's just order flow marked as retail. I posted an explanation of it in the SPX chat the other day. Is it almost time to be mad at Greg about something that happened in the market? If we slip the last of the bot calls here at 65, things get rough for the bulls. But this is also their primary support or sold put support at 60, so careful. You'd be surprised at how many weird permutations of party A executes for party B. Yeah, there's a lot of this. There goes 65 a little. Yeah, there's a decent amount of positive delta to the downside here. 60 and 50. So it could pick up some steam. I still think bulls will try to support this just because they don't want to lose all their fucking bot calls. Hard though. Bears are winning. It's a net 58, 1800 bot puts at 70 and 1155 bot calls. Ooh, it was spicy. Starting to squeeze puts here. 60 and 50 are still both important levels. IMM's gonna dump delta under 60 here. Two gaps to the upside though, 65 and 73. Careful of bounces. Big ES test at 76. ES test failed. A little. Still picking up some momentum. NQ caught a bid just above VWAP. ES back at 76. We need to retest the delta flip here. See if that continues to sell off. Upside bot calls are falling off. The 75 sold. 70 and 65 are still sitting there. Bot puts are 2x the delta of the bot calls at 70 right now. The 70p take profit. That's like taking your hand off the beach ball you've been holding underwater, right? A little bit, yeah. So far, they're not closing those puts, though. Someone did close some of the 65 puts on this bounce, but not the 70s. 70s are still there and growing. '70s are bot puts. Still calls at 65 and 70, but they may close here. Ooh, some of them just did. That's a little bearish. 70 calls closing quickly on the bounce. That's kind of fucking interesting. Calls at 65 are holding on. Just the Mag 6 holding this up. Yeah, I know. Someone's got some inside information on something coming after hours. This is particularly interesting. You almost, above gamma neutral on the monthly, you almost never see bot puts come in, and especially not hold through a drop. And then this is like a lot of them. This is like a lot of bot puts in the money and growing in the money, which does make things a little bit weird. They're not dead puts. And they were bought into call buying too. Like bulls were pushing the upside for 880, and someone just came in and started buying shitloads of fucking puts. Under 55, we start to squeeze more puts. Sold puts at 55.50, then next support 40 and 30. These are just zero DTs. Like, somebody just crushed the bullish positioning. Which I don't think I've seen since, like, 2021. 22? 22. Freaking even like if back in April when we were like actually crashing, bulls didn't do that. Bears didn't do that shit. They just waited for bulls to exhaust themselves and then shorted. Oof. Down into the sold pits. Careful of a bounce around here. Although, 50 might be like the break point for that. 45.40. Fuck. Well, there goes the bear flag. That was nasty. It was excellent. You'd think it wasn't news, but it's definitely not. Trump hasn't started talking yet. Thank you, 5870 put buyers. Yeah, I saw Jamie. I don't know if you answered this, but is the tax bill bullish? In its current form, no, because it raises deficits. I mean, near term, the reaction could be bullish that it's passed and the debt ceiling is going to be raised, but I don't think the debt ceiling being raised or the tax bill itself are bullish in the long run. You're going to put a lot more stress on yields, which are already kind of fucked. Appreciate the call out. 5x to the 5850p's. Nice. Ding ding. That was a fucking hell of a dump into close. Interesting for tomorrow. Very interesting. All right. So we didn't make it back to the MM's expected move today. Bullish position kind of got crushed there at the end of the day, and then that brought us just a little bit below the prior day's close. So ultimately ending down on the day. I will say NQ, Dow, and Russell did not track with that, but it is hold on one sec. Okay. It's interesting that everything's sold off like that. No 5900 test, and then just back to support at 58.55 on ES here. Dollar rose a little bit. There's some trade deal speculation earlier today, and then mostly after the 10-year tips auction saw pretty decent and liquid demand. Commodities down mostly across the board. Industrial metals kind of flat, but oil and precious metals down today with the bump up in the dollar. Correlation did turn around a little bit, but not all the way. Definitely didn't retrace yesterday. So some interest in dispersion, but not a lot. And that did break down a little into the end of the day as well. Carry leverage fell just a fraction, and our time spent in positive forward yield on volatility today was pretty short. Mostly resolved by the time market opened, and then now at negative 2.03%. So there's definitely still some volatility shorting coming in. Bond volatility rose, moved back above 100, but a little bit of a drop in 3-month correlation today. Skew still not showing any out of the money put demand of any significance, and short vol still coming in, and coming in even a bit more aggressively down here. 93.4% correlation between VIX and cash VIX. We could see more pressure applied to that short vol if we fall further, but right now they're still in a place where they can sell into the majority of put leverage, which is still about 4% to the downside here. Breadth fell pretty dramatically. It was a decent sell-off across Dow and ES, just didn't really hit tech as hard, but 29% drop in S&P stocks trading over their 20-day moving average. Fed fund futures trimmed back another point. The bear steepener pulled back a little bit from yesterday. Here on the technical side of things, we bounced off of the lower trend on that slip below 58.37. And that bounce got crushed into close. So still sitting right above that 58.37 mark. on the technical side, that being is it the Feb and December low. A loss here, though, opens up a retest at the Jan low at 57.73. So if this continues to fail, we will break the trend from the low during the tariff thing for the first time in over a month now. It's pretty significant. That would mean a retest probably at the 200 MA here on the daily, and then a retest of the 200 MA on the daily also puts us right above the downside gap back to the August low or the November low for 2024. So which, bears may push for, and then closing that low puts us, in an even worse position, and a position where we could retest, like the 50-day moving average, which is still underneath us. So that would be a failed breakout of the 200 MA. Pretty significant given that there's been a death cross already, and might cause quite a lot of CTA selling as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. I don't think there's any big data tomorrow to worry about, but it is Friday. I'll have Pickles picks out for you guys tonight, and I hope you all have a great day. Later. Oh yeah, roundtable tonight, 9:30 p.m. I almost forgot. I'll put the stream up too, so everybody knows.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
have what?
Look, Dad, it's not.
Where did you get it?
Dad,
answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.